got some attendees. Gwen is on. That's the only attendee I see. Now, Drew and if people are, I see some more coming on. If attendees are going to ask questions during that part, can I mute and unmute them?
So we can control that. Jessica and I both have the option to unmute, so just let us know.
Okay, I will announce who I asked to speak, and then you can do that.
Yep.
All right. Let's see, we're still short a couple, but let's go ahead and do the Pledge of Allegiance, and then maybe they'll show up by the time we start the meeting. So Drew, if you could put on the flag, then I'll lead us in the pledge. Okay, thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I see Sue has joined us, so now we're only short Rachel. Sue, can you unmute and see if your speaker works? Oh, she's still getting settled in. Sue, can you hear me? Sue, are you able to hear us? Well, I guess she'll figure that out soon enough. There's Rachel. All right, we've got everybody here. So let's go ahead. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9:01. Thank you, everybody, for being here. And we've currently got 5 guests. Welcome as well. We think we'll probably see more than that when the public session starts. The first order of business is for us to get the approval of the agenda. Would anybody like to make a motion to approve the agenda, and note that we are going to break in the middle for a 3:30 executive session?
I'll move. Kohler will move to approve the agenda.
All right, do we have a second? Kohler moved. And remember, if you're going to give a second to unmute and then.
Kirsten, second.
Okay, Kirsten seconded. Is there any discussion of the agenda? All right, all those in favor of the agenda, please unmute and say aye.
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 Any opposed to the agenda, please unmute and say nay. All right, the agenda passes unanimously. The first order of business is that we allow attendees to speak to the board and to the public, who are any is watching. We have 5 attendees. If any attendee would like to speak, please, if you can, raise the hand via the Zoom method that you're allowed to click on raise hand. I see Gwen Unger has his hand raised. So Drew, if you would allow Gwen to speak, I would appreciate it.
Okay, Gwen, you should be able to speak now.
Okay, thank you, Drew. A couple of things I wanted to say. First of all, I wanted to thank Hillary and the staff for the response that they had to the David Montoya article in the Herald. It really pains me that we seem to be in an era where facts are just not important, where people will just say anything that they want to say, whether it's true or not. And so I don't know how in the world we fix that, but I think that responding with the facts is the right thing to do. So I really appreciate the fact that the LPEA staff did that. Second thing is, I attended the Finance and Audit Committee meeting last week, and it was really an interesting meeting. I had some trouble getting my head around, what was really going on, but it's clear that the money that would be saved by going to a partial requirement situation is saved versus Tri-State's uncompetitive rates. So you also have to look at what would you save if you were to get into a situation where you were buying on the market. And of course, I think it's public knowledge now, because Pat Bridges talked about it, that Tri-State is projecting very large increases in their rates starting in about 2040 and going up to 2050. So I think that's, you know, a really good thing to be looking at. But again, keep in mind that those savings are versus the tri-state rates. And then the last thing I want to talk about, as I started thinking about this, I started thinking about tri-state's future a little bit. And I think they sort of have two things that are working against them. One is their business model of centralized generation and then, you know, distribution from there, these large plants, is sort of going against the way the industry is going. We're moving much more in a distributed sort of direction where there will be smaller, you know, generating facilities, but closer to where the demand is. So I think that's, you know, something that obviously in the past that wasn't true, but going forward, it certainly seems like that's going to work against tri-state. And then the other thing I thought about with respect to tri-state is the only thing that allows them to stay in business right now is the fact that they have a captive set of customers. The customers that they have to pay these uncompetitive tri-state rates. And, you know, if they had to sell on the market, I don't think they could even stay in business. So then the question becomes, how long can they continue in this way? And if you think about it, at some point, they have to get contract extensions to keep that model going. And whether that's, you know, in 2030 or 2040 or something, they if they can't keep the contracts in place and they've got these large price increases that are going up starting in 2040, what are they going to do? And it's very difficult for me to see why any of the large co-ops, and probably most of the co-ops, would even think about signing a contract extension. So I just throw this out there for the board and the public to think about. You know, is tri-state long-term a going concern? And I have some serious doubts about that. So anyway, thanks for all the good work that the board and the staff are doing. And I just would say, keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Gwen. The only thing I would add perhaps to what you're saying is that the one aspect of tri-state that will continue to be necessary and successful would be their transmission arm. Are there any other people in the public who would like to speak? If you could indicate by raising a hand. Okay, I see Lissa has done that. So could you please make Lissa available to speak? Okay, Lissa,
you're set,
go
Lissa.
ahead.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Lissa Ray, and my address is 543 East 30th Street. First off, I'd like to say it's been a while. Don't think that I haven't been paying attention. I just felt like we were finally to a place where I could stop fighting to be heard and start supporting decisions. After all, we had board members putting in the time and the effort to do research and ongoing studies on the changes in the industry. Staff has been working to answer questions and make this research relevant to our co-op. After years, you voted unanimously on a strategic goal to achieve by 2030 and hired a CEO who had the knowledge and vision with leadership skills to get us there. And to top it all off, I'm able to watch all of this unfold by turning on my computer. Amazing. Yes, LPEA has become much more transparent in the last 15 years. That's not because they choose or chose to, but because members demanded it. They were operating in a co-op culture that evolved over time due to a lack of oversight by members, which was, I'd say, less than transparent. One that believed that we know what is best for you, so trust us. And for the longest time we did, until we, the members, realized that the co-op did not always know what was best for us and had made some poor decisions that cost us a lot of money that we didn't know about for a pretty long time. Tri-State Generation and Transmission is a co-op that continues to operate within that aforementioned culture. but they are less transparent than LPA ever was. Tri-State, I believe, is a corporation hiding in co-op clothing. This is the way they're operating. Just take a look at their executive salaries. They're enough that all 6 of them live in McMansions, drive fancy cars to work at the palace, and think they're doing what's best for us, when actually they are doing what's best for them. We, the members, continue to insist on clean energy that is locally produced to benefit our community, rather than sending Tri-State $70 million a year to make poor decisions on our behalf. So I want to continue the fight for transparency, which I don't think transparency is going to happen at Tri-State. I don't see how we can get there. Oftentimes, they don't allow members into their meetings. So that is members like me into their meetings. So I don't see a way forward in getting any transparency and getting them to look at what we want rather than what they want. They've made some pretty poor decisions in the past. For example, about 10 years ago, they invested in a coal mine that they knew cost way too much money, that they're afraid at this point is going to become a stranded asset. So they can't afford to give us clean energy like we want. So I'm going to urge the board members, and particularly the new board members who haven't been following this for the past 15 years, to get up to speed, continue to press Tri-State, and I want the board to continue to act on our behalf so
Hey,
that
Lissa,
we have
wrap it up quickly.
the best possible of all situations here at LPEA. Thanks for hearing me. Good to see you guys.
All right. Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else of our attendees who would like to indicate that they would wish to speak? Okay, I don't see any other hands among the 10 attendees. Werner Haber's got his hand up. So Drew, could you give him the opportunity? And of course, as our attendees, keep it as brief as you can. We will allow you 5 minutes unless you're really boring. So go ahead. Okay, Werner, you need to unmute and then tell us what's on your mind.
I got it. Okay. Now you can hear me, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm speaking on, I really urge the co-op to serve the interests of its members. And I do believe that the majority of our members realize that renewable energy is the future for cost benefits, but also environmental benefits. When we just look right now, we have 3 fires in our region going on. We know that global warming is real, and we know that we have to act. And there's no, in difference to COVID-19, there's no vaccine available where we can stop global warming except by our own actions. The other aspect is, I want to bring up the issues of Tri-State, which Lissa has addressed already. My question is really, can Tri-State be trusted in their actions of selling a 50-year contract, of buying a coal mine, of how they have dealt with DMEA, Delta Montrose, with Taos, and how they have made it very difficult to truly look into their operations they have essentially acted in a deceptive manner. While they claim to be a co-op, I agree with Lisa, they're serving their own interests, including their own salaries of the executive people. So I really urge our co-op to serve our interests, look at the benefits and drawbacks of potentially separating from Tri-State, but look at the overall economic benefits. Rates, we know that rates played a claims of rate issues played an effect in this past election. We know that we can purchase electricity less expensive than what Tri-State offers. We know that Tri-State has a $3.5 billion debt. All of this has been pointed out, but really, can Tri-State be trusted, and do they trust Tri-State serve our members' interest? If we can purchase local renewable energy and those locally produced energy, we can create jobs and keep rates low or even lower rates in the future. So I want to thank the board. I want to thank Jessica Matlock for looking at all of these issues. And we have a quality board, we have a quality staff, and let's educate our members of the issues as they are in an ethical and open manner. So thanks for all what you're doing, and I will keep on watching, I will keep on attending. Thanks.
Okay, Werner, thank you. I see Kirby McLaurin has raised his hand. Drew, could you put him on? So Kirby, go ahead and unmute.
Okay. Can you hear me okay?
We do, but there is a lot of echo, so I'm not sure where that caused from, but go ahead.
Hold on. Okay, is that better?
It is.
Okay. So I'm Kirby McLaurin, live at 288 Annisview Drive. There, that should be better. Just wanted to appreciate Lisa and Werner for their remarks. I support their thoughts. I do hope we continue forward to independent, locally produced energy. I think we have an abundant resource here. The equipment to harness it and capture it is incredibly cheap now. So it's a wonderful opportunity. I wanted to bring up an article that I read recently about zinc air batteries, which apparently are very new in their development, but they bear the promise of being able to store huge amounts of energy for a utility. They're not really the kind of battery you'd use for a car or something like that, but to do so very cheaply. The elements needed are much more available than lithium ion. So they, as I understand it from the article, and these are all projections, but they could be produced at half or less of the cost of lithium. So pretty exciting technology. Please look into it and pursue that. And in general, I want to appreciate you all for the great work you do, both board and staff. You're doing a wonderful job. Thanks.
Thank you, Kirby. Is there any of the other attendees who would like to speak at this time? Please raise your hand. I don't see anybody. Going once, going twice. Okay, we'll end the public participation session. Board members, the packet that I'm looking at today that we'll be going through has 156 pages. I hope most of the rest of you also have that count, and I can use the pages to help direct us around. Does anybody not have that count? Wave your hand, make something known, and if you don't, you probably could refresh your direct your point and get it. Okay, let's go ahead with the next item on the agenda, which is the approval of the consent board items. Now, these include the board minutes, accepting the new member list, the capital credit payments to a state, and the monthly write-offs. A couple of these things are, well, all of these are in your board packets. So I would like at this time to have a motion to approve these, and then we'll have a discussion and any correction. Would somebody so move?
Rachel moves that we approve consent board items.
Okay, we have Rachel moving. Is there a second?
Second, Kohler.
Kohler's got a second. Is there any discussion or correction of these items?
Yes.
Go ahead, Kohler.
So on the minutes on page 1, under the LPEA staff, we have Danielle Coronado, and she's also listed. She only needs to be listed once instead of twice. Also under guests, we have Brad, and I don't know how you pronounce his last name, but it has a Y on the end of it. I'm not too sure that's correct. I've seen it without the Y, so I'm not too sure the proper spelling on that. And that's all I have for the minutes.
All right. Is there any other discussion of these items? Karis, did you get those corrections? Haven't heard from Karis yet anyway, so it's checking that she's there. Karis,
Good morning, Britt. Good
morning,
morning, Britt. I did get those corrections.
All right. So all who approve the consent board items, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
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 If there's any opposition to approving these, please unmute and say nay. Okay, the consent board items have passed unanimously. Now we go on to the CEO report and the division dashboards. So Jessica, if you would go ahead.
Great, good morning. Thank you, everybody. So as we've mentioned before, we keep adding to the dashboards, but first I did want to acknowledge, and you already did this, but Jerry Sutherland is our new VP of Operations, and you've seen that. He's been at the company for 20 years, and his father was also a Jerry lineman, is that right? And then moved to electronic technician.
He wasn't a lineman.
Got it. So he was, but he was here for a very long time. So we're excited for Jerry to take on the reins, and he's already been thrown into COVID and forest fires and outages and big storms. But already it's been a pleasure to work with him.
Okay, so at this time, if everybody would unmute and say, welcome, Jerry, I would appreciate it. Okay, welcome, Jerry.
Welcome.
Jerry. Glad to be here.
Hey, Jerry. Welcome.
All right. Go ahead, Jessica.
Thank you. So with that, we are, as I mentioned, we're constantly updating the dashboards. We work a lot with other utilities, especially Holy Cross. And actually, I've been working more with Empire on what they're doing. And what we like to do is we want to give you bullet points. And Rachel, thanks for your email. We were working on that. What would look good? How do we add more items that are high level that we're working on since last board meeting? So that's what you'll see is some of the big ticket items under the bullets. And we'll continue to update those obviously at every board meeting. And then this dashboard, I'm sorry, but it's a constant continuous improvement. It may look totally different next time. And that's because one of Hillary's staff is brilliant on graphics, and she's going to redo the dashboards and how they look. Nadine did a fantastic job, but I think Nadine would also acknowledge that graphic art is, she's focused on HR stuff, not graphic arts. So, but it was great. You'll see that we're trying to categorize everything under the strategic objectives that the board and staff developed, so that you can see everything that we are working on is towards those goals and objectives. And you're also now going to see an update, obviously, on the resolution you gave us in regards to Tri-State. And we can't get into too much detail for obvious reasons, but that's where the attorney will do the presentation at the end. And he will have a section on for the public to give an update, and then we'll go into executive session, and then he'll get into more strategy. So appreciate Kirsten bringing that up as well. So with the dashboards, we expect the board to review all those before the meeting. And so we're not going to go through them. If there are questions, please bring them up. Kirsten, thank you for sending us some advanced questions. So I will have Danielle give a brief update on the two fires. And one thing that has been good is that because it is close to Tri-State's transmission, is that we're in contact with Tri-State very closely and working on that with them. And it's been wonderful to have other co-ops in the state reach out to us to ask if we need help. So that's been great. Jerry has also been calling his counterparts at Empire and other utilities, just trying to coordinate if the fire continues to cross our county lines. So that's also been really exciting and helpful. So Danielle, why don't you give a brief update on what you know, and then Jerry can talk a little bit about some infrastructure that's been impacted for us.
Absolutely. Good morning, everyone. And so, as you know, we have the East Canyon Fire, which is on the Montezuma-La Plata County line, and we also have the 6-shooter fire. So we'll go at it one at a time. So as for the East Canyon Fire, Highway 160 is still open, just over 2,700 acres. Yesterday, they did report about a 5% containment. As for today's operations, they are planning to focus on the south end of the fire. There was some infrared that reported some expansion of the fire down south, and they're going to get some eyes on it and work towards the southwest side of the fire, just due to some bowls and steep terrain over there. But as far as the north end, that's our main concern, as it's closer to the highway, and then if it crosses the highway, we have infrastructure just north of there, as does Tri-State. So we're being in close contact with Kevin Dougherty is his name, and he is the liaison officer for the Type 2 team that's in charge of that fire. So we're watching all of that very closely, keeping in contact with Tri-State as well as the emergency manager in La Plata County. And as far as the 6-shooter fire, that fire is approximately 220 acres as of 8 o'clock this morning. They are estimating a 15% containment on that fire. They do also have it boxed in with fire retardant. So they're not anticipating any further risk with that fire, but there will be heavy smoke with suppression activities. We're also staying in contact as much as possible. Again, being that it is on tribal land, a lot of the maps and other communication documents for the 6-shooter are harder to obtain, as the tribal government has the right to withhold that information and only provide it to those directly involved with that fire. But as far as all of the other updates, Jerry, myself, and Jessica are all keeping in close contact and responding accordingly.
Thank you, Danielle. So Jerry, can you give a brief summary of what we've lost too?
We have one single phase tap going up to the Lamonte radio tower site up Cherry Creek, and we de-energized it pretty much as soon as the fire started. And it did go down. We lost, we know for sure, one pole. We do have lines on the ground, and due to the fire activity, there's no way that we can get in there to re-energize it and make repairs. I did get in touch with a Tri-State representative last night, and if they need to, they will open the 115 kV line feeding our Shenandoah sub, probably at their Mancus point. And we looked into it. If that does occur, we can backfeed Shenandoah sub from Durango sub and re-energize all the customers feeding from there. As for the 6-shooter fire, I got in touch with Fire Command down there, and they are aware of our power lines in that area, and they will be in contact with me if we need to de-energize anything. But as for now, they stated that the fire has remained in the canyons and they feel like they have a good grasp on it, and our power lines are not endangered at this time.
Okay, Joe Lewandowski, I see that you've come on. I know that you were late this morning because you were dealing with something related to the fire. Joe, can you unmute and make sure your microphone is working? And if you've got anything you can share with us, we'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm having to do a little multitasking, and I'll tell you more about it later.
Okay. Go ahead, Jessica.
Thank you. I think, Rachel, you have a question?
Yeah, thanks. Hi, Jerry. Nice to meet you. I was just curious. So with this line that's down, just trying to follow along and not having the visual right now, but do we have folks that are currently out of power that are still in their homes, or yeah, is it just a down line? And you were speaking about the backseat in the event that something else happens.
So the line that is down, it just feeds that one tower. 2 days ago, they contacted me and just to ensure that the line was de-energized, because that tower feeds a lot of communications for State Patrol and some other entities. They do have a backup generator. They were trying to, once we told them that it was de-energized, then they were looking at other means to refuel the generator because they were running short on runtime about 8 hours 2 days ago. So they were looking into that. But as for us, it's just that 1 meter feeding that one tower.
Okay, Kirsten, I see you have your hand up. Would you go ahead and unmute and speak?
Yeah, sure. So there's, over here in Pagosa, there's been 4 lightning started fires in the past couple of days. I know we're going to be seeing more and more of this all the time. Can you talk in general terms, and I'm sorry, I lost audio for a little bit, so you might have already done this, in general terms about what we do during these high fire times to raise awareness, or if we have to do anything special with our lines and such. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll have, Jerry can talk about what we have to do for the energy component of the lines. You can unmute. Thanks.
So we've really been looking at our maintenance program and trying to do everything that we can to reduce the possibility of our electrical equipment creating a fire. We also have a great tree trimming program where we try to keep all of our problem areas clear from the power lines. When it comes to the lightning, that's just something that we can't control. So the elements that we can control, we are trying to really hit hard. And we have done that over the past, I believe, 6 or 7 years with our Raptor protection program. Being on the lines and out in the field for however many years I was out there, I saw more fires started from squirrels getting across our equipment, falling to the ground, and then starting fires than I ever did with blown fuses, that kind of thing. So our Raptor protection program has really prevented a lot of that. So our maintenance program is really aiding in the prevention of us creating one of these fires. And we are continuing to do that.
Thanks, Jerry. So I would also say that I'll let Danielle talk a little bit too, but we also have a fire mitigation committee. And we're very thankful that Danielle is here because she worked all the forest fires in the past. So she already has all those strong connections. And so she's been in constant contact as well. And in fact, her husband is probably out in the fires right now. I don't know if he is, Danielle, but he's also a forest fire fighter out there. Danielle, do you want to talk a little bit about some of the coordination?
Absolutely. So the Fire Mitigation Committee, we've reestablished the committee members. So it's composed of a member from every department within the company. So Jerry talked a little bit about the maintenance aspect of it, awareness to the employees, and we're really resurfacing that committee, making it better and stronger, and reevaluating the direct objectives. Because it is later in the year and we're clearly in the middle of fire season, the objectives for 2020 are going to be really focused around educating our members about fire mitigation, and especially around the power lines, how to do that safely, what not to do, who to call if there is a hazard tree above the lines, and awareness to our employees as well. Simple things, just as an example, not parking trucks on tall, dry grasses. Things like that. So we're trying to focus around that for this year. And then moving into 2021, we're looking at more larger scale projects, such as mitigation projects in the right-of-way, protecting our infrastructure with the vegetation growth and hazard trees around those lines, as well as the equipment, promoting more equipment that does not cause sparking, potentially causing more fires. So we're really looking at all of that this year and reevaluating our objectives for this year, as well as 2021 and onward.
Thanks, Danielle. And this is something I think, Rachel, you've asked before, but this is something where we're doing differently at the company that hasn't been done before, which is we're developing cross-functional teams. And that's in order to get perspectives that we don't necessarily get or have or think that we need. So this fire mitigation committee includes some staff members from all across the company, because the CSRs also have to know what's going on in case they need to ask questions. They get a lot of intel from the membership that helps us better understand how best we can communicate. So that's just one example of a change that we've been doing at the company in regards to leadership, is building these teams and getting more of the staff involved in developing future strategies. So any other questions on the fire? Okay. Thanks for everyone's support on that. I know John Lee could probably give us some intel on the fire as well.
Yeah, go ahead, John.
You actually don't want that detail that how many resources we have there. It's in a good situation for us, and the protection of that tower up there and the energy to it, kind of unique for me that they come together. I'm not there today, so I'm here. That's all I got.
Great. Well, thank you, John. So Britt, I just thought, since there are attendees here that were interested in the tri-state, I will quickly brief them on part of the dashboard that includes that update, if that's okay.
Yes, please.
So I think, as the board remembers, they passed a resolution last fall to ask staff to examine 3 different options under tri-state. One of them was to look at, can we work within the current contract of tri-state that would meet our objectives of reducing our carbon content, lowering our energy costs, or at least keeping them stable, and local economic development, resiliency, all the items that are on the wall in the boardroom. And then the second one was, can we work on a partial contract with tri-state? And then the third option was, what would a buyout number be? And to take all that information and supply it to the board to look at. So I think everybody understands that Bob and Kirsten were very active on the contract committee, same with Dan Harms, and they came to a resolution on that. We brought that proposal to the Finance and Audit Committee last week in a public session, and we worked with Tri-State on that, and Tri-State agreed with all the numbers and what it would show, and Tri-State was on that call last week. So that was one piece of the puzzle. The other piece of the puzzle is still waiting for the buyout figure, and Matt Larson, our attorney, will give a public update at 3:30 or a little bit before 3:30 on the timing of that, but we do expect a decision from the Public Utility Commission by the end of June. And he can talk about more of the mechanics also with FERC. But I would like to talk about the first option, which is working within the current contract. And Dan Harms and staff have been working on developing more flexibility in the contract since, I think, 2017 or maybe earlier. All those options that we have brought to Tri-State, which were a couple, were not accepted. However, we continue to work with Tri-State. We've been working with them for the past several weeks on another option. And in fact, we have a pretty big meeting with them next week to talk through what something would look like, a package on something that would meet the needs of our strategic objectives and that also Tri-State could accept. So I want to make sure the board knows that we are working on that very hard so that we can bring to the board 3 solid proposals for the board to look at. So any questions on that?
Kohler's got a question. Go ahead, Kohler. Unmute.
Sorry about that. It's not really a question, but more of a comment, and that is that in the board packet, we have a copy of part of the resolution 2019-10, which lists the 3 different prongs. But the order that it is in the resolution is different than I think we refer to it. So it gets a little bit confusing. If I understand right, when we were talking about it, our first prong was to stay within the contract and work with them. The resolution has that as the last one is number C. So there should be some clarity on that so we make sure that we're talking about the same prongs when we go forward. That's the comment I have. Thank you.
Yeah, it's certainly key that we know what the 3 prongs are, but we have to be careful if we just say prong 1, 2, or 3, assuming that everybody knows what we mean. We probably, each time we talk about them, have to be a little more explicit to say which one of they're talking about. So I appreciate that color. Rachel's got her hand up. Rachel, if you'd unmute and go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I didn't know if we were getting to this later. It was mentioned in the finance and audit notes that the partial requirement contract options piece, but you just brought this up just because I would ask now. You mentioned that everything in that discussion was kind of verified by, or I understood you to say verified by Tri-State. So that includes the make-whole payments. That was a very real question. Those are real numbers that they provided that we have to work with now.
Britt, did you want to defer that to the section of the agenda?
Yeah, it would be best to go into detail at that time, but I can make a quick answer. The quick answer is yes, those are real numbers at this point. Of course, they're based on some pretty long-term projections, but those are long-term projections that Tri-State and LPEA are agreeing on. We'll get into more details on that, and with Carl will probably be leading that discussion during that part of it. Kirsten, you have a question? Go ahead and unmute.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Actually, it's about the dashboard in general. So we've got, I don't know how many attendees looking. They have no idea what this dashboard looked like because we don't have it up and running. I totally know we need to do our homework and we look at it, but the attendees are at a disadvantage. So at a minimum, I would like to see that as much of our board package that we can get put up on the website. So certainly we can't put the who's coming, who's going. We probably can't put the attorney report as such. I know we can't put the fast track confidential part of their report up, but if we could get it up there so it could get, the seeing would be fabulous. And maybe we can talk about this in the communication area, but also for the folks who are watching right now, if even we could have somebody just page through them so that they can be seen. I'm not sure how that's going to work, but I would like to make this more visible because right now it's just us saying, okay, yeah, and they have no bloody idea what we're talking about. Thank you.
Kirsten, it would probably be a bit difficult to try and flash stream now, but it is something I've been thinking about too. And I think that we ought to consider having 2 board packets, one that's for the board only, an executive one, and another that's for the public. I don't think that would be too difficult. It would be a little bit of a pain if we're having to jump between them a lot, but I think typically those sorts of arguments are separated. So it's something for us to think about, and perhaps at some point we'll discuss, and maybe this kind of thing that we would make a motion to make happen. Okay,
that sounds great, Britt.
Rachel's got her hand up again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, there's some modifications, but it seems like we could just share screen, one of us, if there was this, packet. I mean, I could do it right now if that's helpful, where it's just one person's got share screen access or permissions, and just as things are going through, you just remember to keep slides.
Yeah, I guess my concern is there's so many words and so much text in the time that we have, it would be not real useful to flash through them. That was, I guess, my primary concern with that. Okay, Jessica, anything else on the board packet, the division dashboards?
No, there's nothing else unless folks had questions. I know that we can move on to the financial report, and Kirsten had some questions for that as well.
Okay, Sue McWilliams, go ahead. She's trying to find the unmute button. Go ahead, Sue, and unmute. Oops, Sue, you haven't found the unmute button.
Okay.
There it is. Go.
All right, perfect. I did have a question. Actually, it's on page 26 of the director report, and it has to do with the survey. I think Hillary's saying that she has drafted a survey for the members. And I was wondering if we as the board might get a copy of that, just to see what it says. When I looked at the last survey that was done last year, it seemed to be a customer service survey, but I didn't think it really gave us a lot of details or information about things that the members might be concerned with. So if we're going to do a survey and spend the money for it, I'd like to see it be something substantial that we can glean some information from.
So I can comment on that, Sue. I'm sorry, I don't have that page number in front of me, but I think it's referring to, is it sort of the energy program survey? Is that what it is?
Well, it doesn't say, it just says, let me see if I can find the right wordage here.
Fourth bullet from the bottom. Drafted member survey to inform LPA's energy management programs.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes,
So
I
let
did.
me just speak real briefly to the surveys, because I think you do raise a really good point, Sue. Previously, we had been doing this fairly standard sort of NRECA supported annual member survey. When I came in, I looked at those surveys, and I also found the data not super helpful. I mean, it's nice to have a baseline and to be able to see what our general member satisfaction rates are, but I think that there's a possibility for great improvement there. We were previously spending $30,000 a year on those surveys. I would like to bring those surveys in-house. I have experience with developing and creating surveys. And I think with the number of members that are active on email, it's quite possible for us to do that at no cost, except for our staff time. So that is something that I'm looking to do. This one in particular is a special one. So we're in the process of reevaluating all of our energy management programs. So this is, our EV programs, our heat pump, water heater, ETS, all these kind of services that we offer to our customers as far as energy management and efficiency. But as a part of that redevelopment, we wanted to hear what our members thought. We wanted to hear what they were interested in, what programs they would be interested in pursuing, sort of the technologies that they are interested in. So that survey is under development right now, and it's going to go to a very small subset of our members that are our most active in this area. So it'll probably go to like our net metered, the people who have purchased ETS, the ones that are most active in rebates. So we're just asking for their input, feedback, opinion. We're going to have a bit of a raffle and offer a $50 gift card if you take the survey. So hopefully we get a good response, and I don't see any issue with sharing that.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Kirsten, if you would unmute and go ahead.
Thank you. Hey, Hillary, thank you for that information. Doesn't sound like it's going to be needed for this survey because you've got a tight group of folks. As always, I am concerned about folks who aren't using email. So as we talk about bringing this in-house, I also would like to understand what we will be doing to make sure that we're inclusive, because you don't want a sample size that is just going to be of our members who use email. Thank you.
Yes,
Okay.
noted. There will be phone as well.
Kohler, if you would unmute and go ahead.
Yes, on page 25, the leadership and organizational development under that part, it talks about the orientations that the notice would be sent to the entire board. I know on the last one I got an invitation, but then I got a cancellation for it. And then it was rescheduled, but I didn't get the notice on the reschedule, so I missed it. And I would like to attend these when I can. So if you would just keep that in mind, because I do think it's important that all the board directors get invited to these orientations. Thank you.
Okay, that Kohler, that last orientation, I think what happened is we decided to do it in public, but because of COVID distancing, we were keeping just very few people in the boardroom. And that's probably why it was different than you expected. But I agree with you that everybody should be aware of them. We just didn't want to actually have many people attend.
Thank you.
Okay, Rachel, go ahead, unmute.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going back to the communication component of the dashboard. One note, I actually didn't have a chance to check this again this month, but the last couple months, just something to look into. When you call in the phone line, I think it's if you try to go to the staff directory, it automatically puts you into the reporting hotline for reporting an outage. So I don't know if that, I noticed it says here you updated the hold messaging, but I don't know if that's still a glitch, but there's some glitch, used to be at least, on the phone system that's been there for a bit. So that
I'm sorry, Rachel, I want to make sure we check that, but I think I missed the first part of what you said. So you said when you call in, what happens?
Yeah, I think it's an option where you can like kind of go to the staff directory and try to ping in that way so you don't have to bother the CSRs. And when you try to do that, instead of taking you to the staff directory to put in by name, it takes you to the outage hotline.
Okay. We'll look into that. Thank you.
Yeah, and and then the other was it's a question based on one data point, so it could be completely erroneous. But I was just noticing, member engagements and also kind of pulling from some of the data in the Colorado Country Life proposal. But just looking at, Instagram, we didn't have much in the way of engagement. We actually saw a major decrease. And then I was looking at what the content was, which, is featuring scholarship winners. And then looking at the Facebook feeds and how much info they got. And it made me wonder, knowing that Facebook is very much a certain older demographic, Instagram is a younger demographic. Just curious if we have that info on the younger audience. How do we have a strong followership or engagement with our younger audience? Have we figured that one out yet?
Yeah, so I can tell you actually, I think Jack had this question in the last board meeting, so I have the stats handy, just so you know. But in general, even on social media, we are really not reaching people we're really reaching very few people under 35. So on Facebook, we're very heavily female, 70 to 30 split, female to male. And the primary age group there is 35 to 44. Only about 5% of them are in that 18 to 24 range, 20% in the 25 to 34 range. On Twitter, we have more men. It's 60 to 40, male-female split. And that is a little bit of a younger demographic. That's our most in the 25 to 34 range, but also quite high in the 45 to 54 age range. On Instagram, we're also more heavily women, 60 to 40 split there. And the most common age group there is 35 to 44. But so you know it's on my radar, it is big on my radar to be engaging our younger members. NRECA has a fantastic program called YAMI, which is the Young Adult Member Engagement Program. And I absolutely think that we should be using those resources and doing that within our district. It's on my list. But as far as engagement levels on social media, it's really dependent on what happens in the month. Hands down, our most engagement comes around outages. So if you can see in this chart, you'll see a big spike in our engagement around the 19th of May. That was when we had all of Ignacio and Bayfield out of power. And people just pour onto Facebook. and are commenting and asking questions. And so our member engagement is really, really heavily dependent on outages. Actually, that's our sort of #1 driver of engagement on the site.
Okay, Kirsten, if you'd unmute and go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So my questions are in the financial reports area. Are we finished with questions on the rest of the dashboard?
Well, we haven't got to finance quite yet, so I'll ask
Okay,
that
I'm sorry, I
question.
misunderstood. Thank
I've
you.
got a follow-up for Rachel's first question, if I could.
Go ahead, Drew.
Thank you. So we looked into the phone menu problem that you had mentioned, and it's working currently, but we definitely want to hear about any trouble that anybody's having getting to the resources they need. So thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah, it's good to check those things from time to time from outside users too. Holly, you've got your hand up. Would you unmute and go ahead?
Yeah, thank you, sir. I really enjoy these division dashboards. Can you hear me? My internet's unstable all of a sudden.
Yes, we're hearing you.
Thank you. I really enjoy the division dashboards because it kind of illustrates, you know, how the member engagements are going on social media, who's out of power, the updates on the inroads on relationships and such. So thank you for that. I really enjoy this information. I'd like to acknowledge also Jessica being the chair for the newly formed Women in Power group at NRECA. I think that is a pretty big deal. There was an article this week that came out about how important it is to start looking at diversifying leadership within the energy industry. And so thank you for that, Jessica. When I did raise my hand and say I will serve the LPEA membership, it was for the entire membership. And I was elected out of District 1. And so when I read this report, I see a whole lot of information about inroads being made with the County Commission in La Plata County and the Durango TV and the Utes and everything. And I'm just, there is a perception that often happens. I'm born in Durango and raised in Pagosa. And a lot of the times there's a perception that Pagosa is missed in a lot of ways. And it's not just LPEA, it's like virtually everything. But I am asking the staff to look at working towards developing some of the inroads to get some of this information to Pagosa and Archuleta County commissioners and whatnot, and just kind of please try to draw them into the loop a little more. And I appreciate your time. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Holly. That certainly is something that it is a responsibility of Archuleta district or Archuleta board members to keep reminding us of that. I think we're aware of it, but we need to be reminded and continue to do a better job, I think, of reaching out there. If you just weren't so far away. Go ahead, Jessica.
Yeah, Holly, thank you for that. So I want to touch on a couple points too. Thanks for bringing up the NRECA. I don't think people know, but they've never had a Women in Power group until I started talking to some other CEO co-ops. And my co-chair is actually out of Oregon. She's in Hood River, and her name's Libby. So she's my co-chair, I'll be the chair. But we're also trying to combine the Women in Power groups for American Public Power Association, which is, they represent all the municipality, public power, and public utility districts. And we're also coordinating with other Women in Power groups across the US, which has also never been done. So it's a little bit disheartening that we're in 2020 and it's not been formed until this year. So we will be sending out some information. I'm not sure if they're going to include directors in that. I would advocate for that to happen. So you may see some communication on that. We'll have some virtual meetups and stuff like that for this year. And then we'll have in-person events in 2021. So appreciate that. Also, in regards to Archuleta County, yes, thank you. You're right. It's a lot of these things are heavy La Plata in this area, but I do want to let you know that the next dashboard will include some updates. I have been having conversations with the Archuleta County manager, the county manager, and also reaching out to the mayor Pagosa and just coordinating on rate impacts and talking to the economic alliance groups from both counties. So yeah, I mean, if you have other ideas of other folks we can reach out to, that would be helpful. So appreciate that.
Okay, Kirsten, you have your hand up. If you'd unmute and go ahead. Okay. Are there any other questions on the division dashboards before we go into the financial part to see if there are questions there? Okay, let's go ahead and go to the financial part. Carl, do you want to highlight any points and then we'll ask for questions?
I would prefer if we just went straight to questions and addressed people's concerns.
All right, will do. We're on the financial highlights now, and you'll notice in our board packet that starts at page 36 with the contents, and then the next page, 37, has now what we have our monthly financial highlights and commentary. And if you read that through, it certainly answers a lot of the questions that I always and would have had before, so I appreciate that. It's good. So let's go ahead and see if there's any. Kirsten, your hand is up, so go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate the comments too. I think it's fabulous, and it really helps avoid a lot of questions that I might have. I have some questions on the comparative balance sheet. So I'm showing that as page 41. And it's mostly I just need some definitions and then some explanation about the why the increase or decrease. So the first one is on the investment in subsidiary companies, increasing by $500,000 from 2019 to 2020.
Great. Okay. First of all, Kirsten, I got your note about the tiny font on the commentary, and I've made it a little bit more user-friendly for next month. So I appreciate that. Because my eyes are not as useful as they were. So I think that's a good point. On the investment in a subsidiary company, that is exclusively fast track. So the increase in that investment is their income that's attributed to LPEA over those 12 months.
Okay, that's fast track. Okay, thank you. Thank you. May I ask on the next one?
Go ahead.
So the investment in, oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Kirsten.
Sorry. I can't have both Zoom up at the same time I'm looking at the stuff here, so I can't tell if you're talking to me. Sorry about that. So the investment in associated organizations patronage capital between 19 and 20 down $1/5 down 200,000. Patronage capital, that is our tri-state associated organization, question mark?
Mostly 75 million-ish is tri-state. We also have a patronage share in CFC, CoBank, Western United, NISC, and Federated Insurance, because those are all co-ops that we do business with. The movement year on year is the movement in the capital credits we have either being allocated to us or retired. So that's the 190,000 difference that you will see.
Okay, so this would indicate that we retired more sometime between May of 2019 and this May than we were allocated. Is that correct?
Yeah, they retired more to us than we were allocated, correct.
Okay, and then please bear with me because I always get wound up in an axle. The difference between retiring and allocating, please.
So allocation is when you have the current year and you get your bottom line, you're all audited, you're all closed, and then you allocate to your members based on their share, which depends on your regulations. For us at LPEA, we allocate to our members based on either our revenue, depending on which type of margin it is. I don't want to get into too much complication, but we allocate either on revenue or on kilowatt hours. So for Tri-State, they do it somewhat differently, but they would allocate to us based on their 2019 bottom line. And then they would retire the margins either from historical, which we often see it called the first in, first out retirement, or more recent, which is the LIFO type retirement. So really, in very simple terms, is allocation doesn't get you anything. Retirement, you actually get some money.
Okay. Okay. So the allocation is kind of the current year, what happened in the current year, and retirements tend to be from the older stuff that it's retired. So right now, if I'm 200,000 less than in 2019, I am retiring more than I am allocating just between those 2 years.
Yes, correct.
Excellent, cool. And then my last question in that section, and then let somebody else ask some questions because I have some more later, is about the associated organizations' other non-general funds. Is that our rainy day fund there?
No, that is, it's called a capital term certificate. It's a long-term investment we have with CFC. Hence, that's not moved.
Okay, so that's CFC. So that is, and it's showing as an asset. So that's an investment, but it appears not to be accruing anything.
Correct.
Okay. So it's an investment with zero dividends?
No, your actual, it's kind of like an annuity. So what you have sits there, and then you get revenue comes through as interest income to us.
Okay, so I'll see that on the income sheet.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for your patience.
No worries.
Okay, caller, if you'd unmute and go ahead.
Thank you. On page 38, we have the current month. And the thing that stands out to me is the transmission expense that was up quite a bit over forecast and quite a bit up over where I thought it should be. Is there a reason for that transmission expense being so high?
Yeah, Carla, that's a good point. It's really a timing difference on, because if you look at transmission for the full year, we're well under where we thought we would be.
Right.
So it's some expense related to NERC renewals we thought would be in the first quarter, and has actually come up in the second quarter.
Okay, that's what I was hoping for. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Rachel, if you would unmute and go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I am looking at page 40, the statement of operations, and thanks again for the adjusted revised budget over there for 2020. And I guess my question, I was trying to understand a bit, because in looking at our narrative and the financial highlights, keep talking about how we're doing so great on savings of operational expense. And then I was looking at the revised budget for 2020, and the operational expenses are actually substantially higher than the original budget. And so I guess, can you explain why they're actually higher rather than lower than was anticipated?
I think in the revised budget, total expenditure is over $1 million less. I guess I'm not seeing what you're seeing, Rachel.
Perhaps I'm misreading this, or it's quite probable. I was just looking at total operation and maintenance expense, rolling 12 total, so $21,281,000. But then the revised budget, the total expense is $22,599,000.
Right. Oh, I see what you're saying. Our original budget for those total expenses was 23.8 million, and we're trimming it down to 22.6.
So the rolling 12 total, I am misinterpreting that. That is not the original budget.
Correct. Yeah, if you look at the next
Okay.
page, you can see the revised
Okay.
budget compared to the original.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Okay, Sue, if you would unmute and go ahead.
Okay, and mine's kind of along those same lines, but it's on page 37. And I have repeatedly, from the time I decided to run for candidacy, asked for a detailed budget, because to me, just a summary budget doesn't give us enough information. And so, you know, I've been told that there is no detailed budget. But on page 37, toward the end, it talks about that La Plata has already spent 80% of our budget for legal fees. And I guess the question goes back to, if we don't have a detailed budget, how do we know we spent 80% already? So I'm thinking there's got to be a detailed budget that the staff has, that I think it's our fiduciary responsibility to share with the directors.
So I can tell you that there were certain line items, obviously that one related to the legal expenses for, you know, such a contentious topic. There was a number put out there of $1 million for legal and research fees into that. So beyond that, I don't know if I can really comment because I wasn't here. I don't know exactly what was done with the 2020 budget or what was presented to the board because I wasn't here. But I can tell you the 2021 budget, as we talked about in the last two finance and audit committees, will be a very different story. I could go back and recreate a 2020 detailed budget, but I really don't see the value in doing that when we're halfway through the year.
Yeah, go ahead, Sue.
I was going to say, I would probably agree with that. I do think it's really important for us to get better information with the 2021, because we are halfway through the year and the budgeting process is starting. So I think that would be good.
Yeah,
And as Sue, I think we all agree, and we know there were some difficulties in the past, and now that we have new staff to get around those, we have to be a little bit patient, but I agree with you, and I appreciate you to continue to bring it up until we've got what everybody wants to see. Kirsten, go ahead. And
Rick, can I add to that though, real fast?
Yes, go ahead.
And Sue, we appreciated you sending Empire's example. I've been talking to Josh, and Carl's been talking to the CFO, and what you gave us is great. And they said that presentation is once a year. And so you'll see a similar presentation like that with more detail. But just to give you a little bit of history too, because I know you and John are new, is that when I started, the CFO was already gone because he took a CEO job in Kansas, and then the controller left. And so Monica, who is a new controller, worked her hardest to understand what was in the budget. Unfortunately, she didn't even have the passwords to get in. That gives you a little indication about how just difficult it was for her to recreate what was happening. The rest of the staff in the budget group was not included in the budget creation. So it was her very first time. And so Dan Harms, myself, and Monica really worked hard to understand, peel back the onion to understand what was really going on, because none of the division heads had any clue about what was in the budget. They weren't shared the budget. So the Jerrys, the Drews, the Dans, the Garretts. And so when they needed money for a specific item, they were just told what they had. They were never given those specific details. And so the transparency, as you can imagine, was completely lacking. And I'm of the mind that we're a public entity, and so it should be transparent. There should be a lot more accountability, and each division should have and manage their own budgets so that they understand and they're educated on what to use the money on, how to do continuous improvement on savings. So that's where Carl and Monica and his team are recreating the budget honestly from scratch. And so the 2020 was our best effort, and you're right, it's frustrating to us, the lack of detail, but the coding for when people actually coded work, it wasn't broken down into details, it was more lumped. And so we are working towards a more detailed budget like the one you sent me. So again, appreciate the comments, the examples, and also just the flexibility to let us get to 2021, which should be a lot different. So appreciate that.
Okay, Kirsten, would you go ahead?
Yes, thank you, sir. Yeah, so on the page 41, which is again the comparative balance sheet, the patronage capital down in the liabilities and equity piece. So it has increased by $1.5 million over last year. So let me see if I've got this right. I believe this means that, so this is what we owe our members over time. So this means that we have allocated $1.5 more million than we retired, at least in this 1 year period. Is that correct, Carl?
Completely correct. Yes, Kirsten.
Excellent. Thank you. I'm glad I got that one clear. And then continuing on, the current maturities long-term debt down or up $2 million. And I am not recalling that we brought in any new debt this year. Help me with this.
This is the PPP funds. It's a notional recording. I am still treating it as a liability until the Small Business Administration confirms that our debt is forgiven.
Excellent. Thank you. That's smart.
But I would comment that we are very much on track in terms of the administration and recording and use of the funds for the full amount to be forgiven.
Right. And I am so glad that they came out with 24 weeks instead of 8 weeks. Of course, I was 7 weeks into my 8 weeks when they did it, so it was a little late for my business, but I'm glad that LPEA is going to be able to have that. And then I have some questions for later on in the package in the finance, but I'll wait to see if there's anybody else first.
Okay, appreciate that. Rachel's got her hand up, or did, so go ahead. Unless it got answered.
Oh, I just had the question regarding the PPP situation, but I'll just throw in some commentary. Sue, your questions about the budget and more details and needing more information, just for some history from the board's perspective, those have been questions we have been like rattling the cage about for forever. And so that's part of the reason why the Finance and Audit Committee was formed. Everyone like stood up and did star jumps when we heard we were going to do zero-based budgets by departments, and it's been great to work with Jessica and Carl and their team on that. So yeah, we are all on the same page there. I'm very excited for the direction we're going right now.
Rachel, I appreciated that. I actually did email Sue a little bit of background history, so it's good that you could reinforce some of that. Dan Huntington, if you would unmute and go ahead.
Yes, Carl, question. That $1.94 million that is going to give us an excess of that amount into our employee expense budget, where's that going to be distributed to, or what are we going to do with that if our PPP is forgiven? What's that money going to be used for?
So I have, in terms of just financial accounting, I have to confirm with our auditors, but I understand that will be recorded as non-operating income, and at the end of the year will be allocated to the membership as patronage capital, as with the rest of the non-operating margins. in terms of cash, this will be put to mainly just dealing with the shortfall that we're dealing with right now in terms of revenue, and giving us, we have set some, we'll get into this later with the financial goals, but we have set some pretty high bars for making sure that we have the cash to keep the operation running without going out to borrow. So that will be another point of assistance. But we, not wanting to change the subject, but it's kind of relevant, is we're not really seeing much movement in our accounts receivable. We still have a lot more overdue than we normally would. I don't think it's a catastrophe, but it will help us with that because there will no doubt be people who cannot pay.
Okay, thank you. One thing I don't want to see it moved over into the administrative and help pay for more attorney fees.
No, that's certainly not the plan, Dan.
Okay, we've got Kirsten with some additional questions. So go ahead, Kirsten.
Sure. So before my question, I just want to talk about the PPP for just a minute. I know because we had to delay our planned rates for 3 months, that in effect, we lost $1 million because of that. So since PPP is a directly for COVID related stuff, or that's we said we were impacted, it totally makes sense that we're bringing that money in and using it because we are being impacted by that. We lost at least $1 million, what we would have if we had been able to raise our rates, but we couldn't because of COVID, or we chose not to because of COVID. So I wanted to put that marker in. And then my questions are on page 44, which is the performance statistics. And let me get situated here. All right, so first of all, I'm having difficulty figuring out my columns here. Oopsie, and I've also lost my page here. So this, for those of you who are following along, this is halfway through the page. We've got the own kilowatt hours use YTD. So that's LPEA's use, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then we have the total kilowatts purchased. So that's what our members have purchased from us.
No, that's what we have purchased from Tri-State and from the small local sources.
Okay, then I'm not sure why it's mixing in here with the own kilowatt use YTD. Why do we have what we use mixed in, not mixed in, but why are we talking about it at the same time we're talking about what we purchased?
That's a good question, and I don't know. This page of the report is one I haven't touched since I've been here, so I think that's a good question, and I'm going to take a look at it.
Dan Harms might be able to address that and correct that. Dan, are you following along, and can you address that?
Yeah, Kirsten, just to make sure, ask that question one more time for me.
I need help with that whole section that shows actual and budget, and actual and budget again. The first part of it says own kilowatt hours use YTD, and I believe that's going to be LPEA's use for our own electricity, I believe. And then there's a total kilowatt hours purchased YTD, and I think I believe I heard that's what we purchased, or yeah, the amount of kilowatt hours that we purchased from Tri-State and others, I think. But I'm not sure, and I don't understand why these would be reported together because they're not related to each other.
Well, so those are all numbers that help us understand our losses, because you take what you purchased from Tri-State, you subtract what we sold to our members, And then we
Okay.
also subtract our own use, because that's not included in sales. That difference then is our losses. And those all get sort of grouped together there so that all those numbers are together in one place. Does that help? You with
Okay,
your
good.
question?
So yes, it does. So walk me through this. So we're going to have 432 million kilowatt hours from Tri-State plus a million of our own, and then we sold. I need to go down to the next actual. I'm not sure where I'm seeing my losses.
And which
I see it down there. I'm sorry, sir?
Which page is that?
44. It's the,
Right.
yeah. It's the performance statistics page.
Right down there towards the bottom there. Uh-huh.
Yeah, and then those percentages, like there's 3.9% under the actual and the budget. And I am sorry I did not focus on this earlier. This is the earliest I know that we could get these numbers, so they're not at the finance and committee. So finance committee, and I would have focused it on there since I'm now newly on that committee. So I think I need an education, and I'm guessing that some other folks might need an education too. There's percentages here I don't get. I don't really understand the lineup of the data.
Uh-huh. The percentages actually represent our percent losses, and having losses under 4% is phenomenal. And a lot of that is because we have sales that go directly to industrial customers right off transmission lines, so there's no losses in distributions or substations. But what it's saying is that we budgeted for 3.9% losses, but our actual, well, that was, I guess, May, trying to follow these columns down here. That's, yeah, that would be 2019. So in 2020, we budgeted for 3.75% losses, and we're actually at 3.56. And the way you determine those losses is you take its purchase, you subtract what we actually sold or used ourselves. So that's sold plus own use. You subtract that from what we purchased, and you get a number, and that number is the losses in kilowatt hours. Those losses in kilowatt hours divided by what we purchased gives you that percentage.
So then,
Okay,
for
let's go
2009
ahead. Let's go ahead and save, I think, this kind of detail. I appreciate it. I think it is information that we do need to understand. There's a little bit of information is not there to make it all as clear as it could be, Kirsten. So if you could perhaps, write that up, or at the next finance committee meeting, let's be prepared to dig into that and answer these questions. But I want to go ahead if that's okay.
Yeah,
Jessica,
and I,
go ahead.
if you don't mind that, Kirsten, these are good points because even I'm looking at it and a little confused. So let us take another crack at it. And then I think also add in there, for example, the percentages, and then Dan said under 4% is great. We also need to show you what we're looking for. So we'll take another crack at this since we inherited this as well. And then we'll come back and try to do another reiteration, if that works for you.
Okay.
And I was
Sure, and you might
also-
want to check with Tim, because I think he said he particularly liked this page, so he might understand it.
Well, he didn't want it to be lost in a sense, but I agree that there's plenty of room for improvement. The improvement I was going to eventually get into the finance committee was to do away with the pie charts and go with more of a line chart, so you have something that's more useful than that. But that's all, I think, work that we can continue with, as well as making it organized in a fashion that we can better understand it. But I think that's to be put off for now, if that's okay. I see Jack Turner. I haven't heard from you yet. Your hand is up. So if you would unmute and go ahead, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, good morning, Britt. I have a question regarding the financials related to the recent House bill that was passed, but also, and my apologies, I want to go back and when it's appropriate on the dashboard as well. But Carl, the House Bill 2014-12, the utility bill payment related assistance was passed and is before Polis to sign. It's $4.8 million of relief. And for those who don't know what it is to it's funding from the CARES Act to help people pay for their utility bills. Is that have you gotten any word if that will how that will benefit LPEA and our ability and being able to help our members pay their bills, and how that might affect our financials?
I must be honest, Jack, I don't know. I had a meeting with my CFO finance peers from Colorado on Monday, and we were talking about it, and that was a question. How's this going to work? And we're not really sure right now.
Okay, thanks. I know it's all part of the legislation, but how it pans out, I don't know either.
No, it's something I'm keeping a close eye on, but not exactly sure. I would assume there'll be some way of applying for relief for those who can, kind of a large scale of what Hillary's team is doing with the $50,000 is what I would imagine, but I really don't know.
Okay, Jack, anything else?
Well, when we have a chance to go back to the dashboard, I have a couple comments to make, but only when that's appropriate.
Well, you mean go back to it? We're going to take a break when we finish discussing the financial stuff. But if you're going back toward the dashboard, could you go ahead and do that now?
Sure. So a couple of questions another thing I pointed out following up on Holly's comment is also the diversity in the leadership, 50%, that bullet point. And sorry, I'm on the previous legislation bill, so I don't know where that bullet was actually is, but it's just seeing everybody's face on the on Zoom, and it's just something I'm really proud of. And thank you, Jessica, for your leadership. And I know it's the competency, it really stands out to me, and I just want to acknowledge that it seems like a rock solid leadership team, and I appreciate to being part of that and proud to be part of that. So that first comment. The second comment is just a little personal note. Logan Moore was the recipient of one of our grants, I think the main grant of $31,000. And being in a small community, I actually went to school with Logan's father, Paul, and Paul actually was a nurse with my grandfather when he had a stroke. And later in the years, I coached Logan in cross country and Nordic school or Nordic skiing. And so to see him know his father when we were college buddies, and to then see him raise his family, and then see Logan come along from an athlete to an academic star, and an LPEA providing a scholarship for someone that was local, and to see that full circle is something I'm really proud of. I'm glad I wasn't part of the decision-making process, so I could be a proud coach and friend. So I just want to point out that, and I'm hoping when COVID clears up that we could meet, and we may not be able to, but meet our scholarship students. They were well deserving of their awards. That's my comment.
Okay.
Yeah, we're watching that, Jack. We would love to bring them in. I know traditionally they come in and they meet with the board. We do cake, we get photos. We'd love to be able to do that. It's on our radar too, but we're just kind of waiting to gauge when that might be safe.
Thanks, Hillary. And you also also reminded me that today I would have left as a chaperone for the youth tour to DC, and those kids, and Dan's son is one of them. And I think Logan was, not Logan. I'm forgetting. And I coached both of those kids too. So, but Dan's son as well, that trip was canceled, and hopefully it'll be rescheduled, but they also deserve our recognition, and well-deserved, and fine students as well. So it reminded me that also the DC tour, we would have left Durango today from the board meeting. So just want to point those two out too, or those group of kids out too.
Okay. Thanks, Jack. And for our final questions, before we take a break, I'm going to go with Caller. So Caller, go ahead. And be reminded, Caller, you're keeping us from a break.
I will be quick. So back to page 44 on the performance statistics. The very last line is the peak sum of all kilowatt input metered. And the prior year to date as compared to the current one is quite different. It's 705,000 compared to 147,000. I was just wondering why such a big difference if that's.
I noticed that too, and I'm sure that's an error that needs to be picked up. But
That's what I was
perhaps
wondering as well.
because it can't be, if that's the peak, the largest kilowatt hour a month, it's an impossible number. Got to be corrected. Does anybody else have any comment on that?
Yeah, that's apologies. That's an error. I will get that corrected.
Yeah, because our largest month is typically, around 150, and it's been less than that for a few years. But you're right, Cora, an error, and we'll fix those up. Okay, well, appreciate all the questions on the finance stuff. Let's go ahead and take about a 10-minute break, and we'll see if we can get started at 10:45.